Good morning, guys. All right. Holy fuck, I'm tired. ECB didn't cut rates. You mean their marginal lending rate? All right. They cut 0.25. They cut their marginal lending rate, but they didn't cut their... At least I don't see a rate cut. Oh, shit, they did cut their rate. This is wrong. Okay. Well, that'll explain it. Neato. Well, motherfucker. Christine Lagarde woke up and put her pants on this morning. Well, that's just fantastic for my puts. Why the fuck is the euro up against the dollar? You rolled your September 4,500 Vegas off the rip last week, or were you waiting for FOMC? I rolled a few off. I had some older ones, but not all of them by any means. They did go up a bit, but vol didn't spike very hard. I mean, I think it was up like 15% on the ones that I bought more recently, like at the very bottom. I am waiting for FOMC. We should get more risk premium priced in. It'll get shorted, but it should get priced in. What's up, Archeo? Welcome back, man. This is bearish, right? What? The ECB cutting rates? Well, it's not particularly bullish. It's divergence in the central banks. It should tighten financial conditions. Especially if the Fed can't cut rates this year, right? Because the ECB is probably going to cut them one more time. It's not huge, but it does create a dollar euro spread that can now be leveraged a little bit. Not as much fun as the Japanese one. Time for the euro carry trade, baby. Lever it up. Well, not exactly, but a little, right? Boss, your volume is unusually low. It looks like I'm loud as fuck right now. Extremely. In an effort to help your hobby kids not overhold their Vegas, do you have advice for existing Vega plays? When VIX equals X, when X amount retracement, when at X resistance, etc. I mean, I prefer to enter them when VIX 3 month is declined below 14. Um, we don't always get that, right? During these like vol shorting periods, like we haven't gotten it on this rally from the most recent downside move, right? We're still like 50 cents off. So not really in a good position for me to average them down, but it also means that some of my longer dated ones are still up, right? Generally speaking, on a mean reversion in VIX, or whatever mean reversion you get, you would start to roll off the older positions at a loss, most likely, if the mean reversion isn't strong, and you would move those forward the next time VIX goes low, right? So say you're DCAing like the SEP 4550, right? And you started you started buying them when VIX 3 month was less than 14. VIX 3 month goes to 1550. You'd probably but the market starts stabilizing and turning around, vol starts coming down, maybe you get it to drop to like 1520, 15. You'd probably start rolling off the oldest contracts, keeping the newer ones, right? And then you would want to roll those forward on the next drop in VIX, right? So the next time VIX hits 14, you would then try to replace those contracts closer to cost to reduce your loss, right? So as low as VIX 3M gets, that's kind of like your war chest for DCAing the next time around. Um, and then, if you do get a stable rise in VIX, you want to, once you start getting profitability, you want to start rolling off those oldest contracts to newest contracts, right? Get your cost bases covered, and then you can kind of see where VIX goes from the mean reversion. So once it gets back to 16, you want to have your cost basis covered, and then you want some runners, basically. And then the runners are going to be where you make, your additional profits. What happened to UGI? Senior note offering, refinancing some debts. How unlikely is slipping 5350 today? Most of the support is at 5360 right now. I'm not sure it's going to be unlikely at all, to be honest. Holy fuck, Nvidia nosedived. All the way back to 1184? What the fuck? Oh, is their dividend today? Is today their dividend or is tomorrow? No, it's neither. Why the fuck is it showing that on WeBull? Stupid. Just labor costs and productivity not doing shit. U.S. regulators set to open antitrust inquiries of Microsoft, OpenAI, NVIDIA, New York Times reports. That's 30% of the S&P. What are they doing? I just said VIX 3-month under 14%. The lower it goes, the better. Would this be a good entry on UGI? Well, it's cheaper than it was. It is within my DCA range, so I'll probably turn drip back on. I'd turn drip off above 2450. So, maybe the next dividend I'll be adding some. I think the initial reaction was kind of extreme. They're only raising 650 million. What indicator is best for accurately determining if it's indeed finding support and turning around? AKA, you have more confidence VIX will get low again, let you re-enter, versus if I sell, I'll miss the crash for real, and you end up overholding. I mean, the purpose of my Vega positions is not to get rich off of a market crash, right? Like, hopefully the aggregate profits are sufficient that I can get some free puts at the end of it. But the point of those is to hedge my equity holdings against a downturn in indexes, right? So things I'm long, which is a bunch of shit, go down when the market goes down. But VIX tends to go up when that happens. And so I'm carrying those Vega puts as a hedge on VIX. And I used to use VIX to do this. But VIX options have been mispriced for the last year and a half. And so I had to find an alternate means of getting long vol exposure. And the best way to do that I've found so far has been long Vega on the SPX. But yeah, I mean those my crash pooties. Those are the ones that get paid for by the rest of the position, right? So as I pull back that cost basis on my position and VIX is rising, I'm still gonna have contracts left over at the end of that. Maybe, I don't know, maybe 20, maybe 50. It depends on how low VIX got, right? Because and for how long, because that's going to determine the period of time I was DCAing for. And so, after I pull back that cost basis, I'm going to have some number of free puts, and I can just see what happens with those. Put a stop on them and see where it goes. Generally, market bottoms are pretty obvious. You start to get sharp declines in implied volatility. You start to find support. Things start to turn around. That can happen quickly, but I mean, if VIX is high enough, you have plenty of time to get out of the positions, still profitably. So if you're poor and aren't long a lot of things and don't have equities to protect, and they look at this market and have some money to invest, how to navigate the mental of Vega booties. um hmm. I mean, I would say that the best approach. I mean, you still need to, even as a poor, to really effectively manage Vega positions, you're going to need to be able to either roll them at some point, because sometimes volatility uh, can take a while to mean revert, right? It always mean reverts, but sometimes it takes some time. Or alternatively, you need to be able to sell. You need to be able to sell against them, right? Now, what selling against them does is during periods of low volatility, where it's pretty obvious that volatility is not mean reverting, short vol positioning is staying stable and strong, the markets are up, right? Ideally with market maker support, so above gamma neutral. You'd be selling puts against your short vol position, right? And that's going to be relative to the amount of margin you have and what you can reasonably carry. I mean, like I'll sell 5,000s, 5,100s, 5,200s, 5,300s against my positions, right? Because I can get a lot of credit and I have portfolio margin, so I don't give a shit about the spread. If I had less money or less, well, let's say less leverage, um, I would probably, purchase my Vega puts initially as like a calendar spread, right? On whatever amount of reasonable spread that I could sell against it, right? So if I had like a $10,000 port, and a couple Vega puts, I might allocate like 1,000 in margin per put each day in order to sell, or each week in order to sell like a 10 wide spread against the put that I'm carrying. So like if I have a 45.50, I might sell a weekly or a 20-day or a 30-day, like 45.60, right? And by doing that, you can offset the cost of decay in the contract. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of ways to generate yields without margin. You don't have to use margin. Some countries, it's not even an option. But I mean, if you really want to do this, it's good to have. It's a good tool if used responsibly. It's one of the best tools that retail has, right? Because someone's giving you money to lever up, right? And so when you win bigger. Never underestimate the power of margin. It just can be dangerous if used irresponsibly. So, I mean, I would say that if you're afraid of margin, learn more about it, learn how to manage it, and learn how to manage it responsibly. If you don't have access to margin in your country, there are other means of extracting alpha from positions, right? I mean, we spent a year and a half covering covered calls, right? There's buy rights, there's CSPs. All of those can generate, depending on the risk you take and the stocks you choose, pretty substantial yields. I sold like a bunch of fucking 25 CSPs on Jimmy yesterday. Um, Big fat yields, right? Like Jimmy's got fucking insane IV right now. And it's fairly well supported, right? So it's got plenty of downside support on the chain, which makes it stable, and that's usually a great opportunity to take advantage of selling volatility. But there's even things as simple as Fubo. You can generate, you know 2 to 5% a month in yields, which is significantly higher than the risk-free rate, um, over like annualized. So over a 12-month rolling period, 5% a month is substantial. It's slower. It's slower than with margin. But yeah, there are other options. Yep, FSLR still needs to get over 280. And because we've traded here for so long, there's just a shitload of sold calls at 280 now. Well, up to Pigeonwell, your support and help has been invaluable all these years. Forming wrinkles, cheers. Thank you so much, Kay. I appreciate it, man. Glad to help. Spreads seem to be the way to get bullish exposure. Yeah, yeah. Spreads are ideal on GME because you don't have to pay for the cost of IV. Also, it insulates you against the decay. It does cap gains, which is everyone's biggest fear on Jimmy. But if you're in the money, right? Like if you're getting in the money spreads, you can do some work. or I'm sorry, out of the money spreads. So like like the 35-40, for instance. If you're not buying that at the money contract, you'll have a higher rate of return on something like this. You might be able to get like 200 to, I don't know, 350%, something like that. I haven't looked at GME's IV today, but I'd imagine it's slightly up. 33 is going to be a bit of an issue. 34, 35 doesn't have a lot of, well, didn't have a lot of call interest last night. So we'll see how much at the money call buying occurs here. I do want to note that GME got a little bit of a liquidity infusion this morning at market open with the arbitrage resolution. And now arbitrage on GME is kind of going the opposite way. So, which encourages, sell GME, buy GSC2, which could reduce buying pressure intraday, definitely reduce volume. But those can snap back, right? Because everyone piles into the ARB on one side of the trade, and then it gets overextended the other way. So I wouldn't say that it's dead because of that, but if ARB does stabilize, that can reduce some of the buying pressure. Hot take: anyone afraid of capping gains on GME should probably just focus on generating gains on GME. What do you think DFE picked June 21 for expiry earnings? I think he's hoping that, I mean, if it were me, I would be buying them in the hopes that the IV rising into earnings pressured the short call position and exposed their Vega risk, which is happening to some degree. Not enough yet, but it is happening. Their Vega exposure is increasing. 3560 spreads pay out like 1,000%. I'm not sure that those are generally worth getting. Just because the sold call there is really not doing anything except capping your gains. Like if you make your spreads too wide, you either need price to stay elevated for a really really long time, or you're simply capping your gains for like a moderate, like a very moderate discount. Is today gonna be just as boring as the morning we've had so far? I don't know. We've slipped 5360. There's a fuck ton of short puts at 5350 and sold calls. So if we can lose 5350, this could get very exciting. Um, We might not, I guess. That's possible, but it, it does look like that the out of the money call positioning that was opened yesterday has largely broken down, and the ramp to 53.80 has weakened. I suppose it could build back up again as calls get cheaper throughout the day. But even though we're above gamma neutral here, the market maker's still a seller on the downside moves because of all of the in the money short calls. Was this considered a more reliable play? Over 35. Yes. Yeah. My favorite thing would be if DFE didn't understand a word of that sentence, like me. So you know how frequently, like in Pickles Picks, I'll go long shit into earnings with no intention of holding the calls through earnings. That's because if we're close to piles of sold calls, volatility, like implied volatility, will move up as the market maker prices in the risk of earnings, and that risk premium comes in, and it shits on the profits of the short vol position, right? Which can cause the short vol positions to pull back into the earnings, and that can cause price improvement. Wouldn't IV crush after earnings increase risk for anyone? Yeah, but if you're out of your options before the earnings even happens, you don't care about the crush, right? You're selling at the peak of the IV versus holding through earnings, right? Also, you can hedge your position against earnings and against IV crush. Should that be the case, right? Like you can sell the at the money or the out of the money call, um, and sell off that IV risk while still holding your long calls. Obviously, that's not as good with like a June 21 position. You'd want more theta for that, but I have a feeling he's not buying them for earnings. Sometimes you can literally buy a put and a call the day before earnings, and both can be up. Yeah. No, no, I usually just look at it. I don't really use scanners very much. I find that they lead to people. Here's what I find about traders who use scanners frequently is that they tend to trade a lot of stocks that they're unfamiliar with, and I don't think that's a very good approach. Do you have any open CSP on Fubo? I have CSPs open at $1. Um, I think I still have some $1.50 covered calls, but I'd have to double check. And then I have synthetic longs. Selling the $1.50, buying the $1.50. Also have some sell 150, buy the 2 as well. Those are a little more heavily leveraged. Is he gonna exercise his calls or sell and bounce? Who knows? He has plenty of shares. I don't see any reason to exercise and miss out on profitability. But he doesn't have a lot of theta, so I mean it's possible, I guess, that he exercises them. It doesn't matter either way. Hmm. Yeah, I put a great deal of time into finding them. I do have scanners for certain things, but I don't use them to pick trades. They tend to be more for like macro stuff. Oof, market got kicked in the vols. Nice. Two biggest changes I made to my trading were start generating income from positions, only trade a few stocks indexes that I have familiarity with, and give up SPX zero DTEs. The SPX zero DTEs are so fun. No, I'm kidding. That's a smart move. Sell side is probably where most beginners should focus. I understand there's a lot of excitement and a lot of profitability in buy side, but it's risky. And until you're very comfortable managing that risk, it's generally best to be on the MM side of the trade. Could I see DFE exercising some calls after taking profits, getting his total share value up, which is insane to think about? A retail investor owning a small but not negligible portion of GMA. That's like almost 5% of the company. DFE has resurrected his YouTube account. Thank fuck, I can quit. The chance of profitability on sell side positions is drastically higher. After seeing you make 200% in both directions yesterday afternoon, my sole trading strategy will be 30 MTE from here on out. It's very high risk, high reward. Like most of those positions do not net a profit. So you have to make sure that the ones that you do win on net a lot of profit to make up for all the losers. What did he mean by generating income from positions? I would assume that he's referring to CSPs and covered calls. Selling options at or near his cost basis in order to net a yield on capital that he intends to deploy in the underlying, and then selling covered calls to the upside of the current price to generate income off of the lack of price improvement. Did he post a YouTube video? Or did he just like... I don't get it. Hasn't his YouTube account been there the whole time? I want to buy calls. Am I sick? No, I just don't think there's a lot of room for price improvement on them right now. You've got the right, I think you've got the right instinct. Like, price is probably going to still go up a little bit from here. Maybe. I guess we already tested 60 and failed. Maybe it won't. 1 second. Yeah, I think you've got like the right instinct, but the range is the problem. We could very easily just get rejected on the test of 60 again. And it's going to be kind of hard to break 60. If we do get above 65, we could test 80. But I don't know if we're going to have enough momentum for that. Maybe the real buy-in there is like a break of 65, right? 65 or 50. Like confirm the move, you know, instead of trying to buy in during the chop. Even if DFE exercises, how liquid is GME? Infinitely. Will it even matter? It could have some effect. Yeah, I mean it's a large number of shares. It's not gonna have zero effect, but it's not gonna like cause MOASS or anything. I just have one question. What are the odds my 621 125C goes in the money? Give us 621 125. Hold on. Let me look at the contract. It's got to be like 3% or something. That's Jan 17, June 21. This doesn't even list it. Wait, those are puts. 2.7% chance of going in the money. I need you to buy back in GME. I don't want to. I don't like the company. I'll trade options, but I'm not buying the stock. The DRS thesis is wrong. Always has been. When you say confirm, I mean like cross that price and then some. Or at least cross that price and reconfirm support at that price, right? So say you have a price target of 53.65 for a breakout, right? You want to look at like 53.68, right? Or it breaks 53.65, retests maybe like 63, and then finds support at that level again, right? So this would be an entry, or this would be an entry. So confirm that that level is going to hold. Confirm that move to the upside. It's better to be late in a lot of scenarios like that. Yes, it reduces profitability, but it greatly increases the chance of profitability. That simple lesson took me a long time to learn. It's hard because you get FOMO, right? You're like, oh shit, I'm right. Let's buy. Can you draw some lines on Jimmy? Uh, Implied volatility is the antithesis of technical analysis. The enemy. The nemesis. Ooh, fancy. When people say like TA doesn't work on GME, they're not entirely wrong, right? On very long time frames where you can smooth out the volatility, it has some more accuracy, but on the intraday and stuff, not at all. I mean, like the lowest we've seen GME, like IV30 is what, like 50, right? Which is still insanely high. It could force 12 million shares to be handed to DFE. 2 zeros. It could cause FTDs, but why would they care? They love FTDs. They get to cash settle them later. I need you to buy into the idea that I'm going to call you a buddy of mine to one of the partners. Sounds fine. When do you typically like to roll out covered calls? I have some that are slightly red right now, and I'm thinking of rolling out to July. Well, I prefer to roll them when they're green. Couldn't you just hedge the upside of the call? How much theta do you have? This is another problem. A lot of people sell really short dated calls because they're afraid of missing out. It's usually better to sell more theta when you're less experienced because they're easier to manage. But if you do roll them out, right? Say you roll them out to the same strike in July, you should probably protect your upside because you're already underwater. So like if you have like say you sold the 35, right? And you're underwater on IV. That's not a huge deal, right? Because you're not in the money, but say you sold the 30, right? We're trading at 33. You can still buy the 35. And if GME goes to 60, you're only going to miss out on that $5 gap of profits, right? Hedge them or pull them back. I wonder why DFE hasn't posted his computer share position. Can't trade fucking options in computer share. I do kind of wonder why he hasn't set up a holding company. Because then his exercise could have a strong impact on liquidity. Pick one and only one. Woman curves or gamma curves? Gamma. Gamma doesn't lie to me. You know? For a long time with my GME, I was selling leap contracts for big premiums. Generally, no risk of assignment. You buy them back when they eventually decrease in value. Yeah, that's one way of doing it. A terrible, terrible, terrible way of doing it, but it's one way of doing it. Can E-Trade refuse services to Keith? Yeah, I'm sure he's in violation of some condition that they've placed on his account because he has $115 million in it, and they're probably not prepared to manage the risk of his holdings. It's not like he's filing 13Fs or anything, right? Why would E-Trade have risk? They're his broker. You know your brokerage account has insurance on it, right? And places responsibilities on the broker as your fiduciary. Filing the People's 13F, Reddit gain porn. Where do most people with 9 figures of cash store it? With hedge funds. Hedge funds, treasuries, all over the place. Not in their personal fucking broker account. 13F is for over 100 million. He is over 100 million. He's over 100 million, but he's a retail investor. It's tricky. They might be allowed to dox him. There's a lot of you agree to a lot of liability waivers when you sign up for a brokerage account. It might be in there somewhere. I don't actually know. I don't sit around reading fucking broker contracts all day. Don't 90% of hedge funds underperform the S&P 500? They're not in the business of performance. They're in the business of extracting fees. You're misunderstanding their role. But yes, many of them suck. But that varies, right? I'm sure this year and into the end of last year, they've all done phenomenally. Every 60/40 fund in the world is up because all the stocks are up. Does that mean they have a fiduciary responsibility to make me not lose money? I mean, they try. That's what those letters are about, right? Where they're like, hey, we noticed that your investing habits tend to revolve around GME weeklies. Would you like to take this seminar that teaches you why you're an idiot? That kind of thing. I want to say the funniest thing about your GME updates has been you pointing out DFV versus Kenny on the OI. I mean, that's what's going on there, right? I mean, it may not be Kenny. It's probably like 2 Sigma or someone like that. The Citadel's overall exposure to GME has been reduced recently, but Susquehanna 2 Sigma. It doesn't matter, right? Fucking short vol versus DFV. So back when DFE was buying those blocks, right? The reason we thought they were sold was because short vol was selling the strike, right? Really heavily. But what's ironic about that is DFE was picking up a discount on the $20 calls because short vol was crushing the bid on them. So they were being sold, right? But he was also buying them. So he's the Kenny at 20. I think Tesla has more room down today. Possibly. I don't know how much it dropped. 7250. Under 7250 it could slip. Yeah. That's an important support on the daily. Let me look at one other thing though. Oh, that bastard cat. Yeah, delta neutral's at 70. I mean, if you were taking a longer position, like a longer dated position, I would say what the fuck is Dork fix gamma max on Tesla. I would say that I would wait for a breakdown of 170, but it's below GN and trending down. 172 might be sufficient for a day trade. That's one or 172.50 might be sufficient for a day trade. You could enter before that, just I mean, but you would have to have a tight stop. Doesn't he have 120k out of the 140k at that strike? Where are the sold calls? They pulled them back. That's what they do. They sell the call and then they close it when it's profitable. You sell enough of them and you start to push IV down. Like he has 120,000 of the 140 KOI, but look at the volume at the strike, right? The volume at the strike is significantly higher. Especially over the period that he was buying in. I mean, they were selling the call almost 1-to-1 with his purchases. Some of that may have also just been, on the end. Like, some of that is on the side in order to prevent volatility from rising. A lot of it is probably just on the side. I mean, someone's got to sell him the calls. But I think volume on that contract over the period was like 300 something thousand. Win 5380. Yeah, I'm not sure we get that. On a break of 65? If we lose 50 here, I'm gonna short this fucking thing. Maybe I'll short it now. Bastards. Mm. 'm sure that they've. Hmm. Fucking dip buyers. $50 risk. Buy back on a break of 65. Okay. Hello. Lower high. Hmm. Hmm. Mm. Still being sold. GM on Palantir? Uh, 2311. Hmm. Definitely want to see a lower low here. Well, it's still picking up. That's good. There we go. Very nice. Mm-hmm. Oh. V. Have to V on every fucking drop, right? Unfortunately, that was well supported. And there's no gap here. So. Can you please take a look at VSTO? Got a third buyout offer, this time at $39.50. Two bids were rejected. Thoughts would be appreciated. I don't know anything about their buyout. I don't know how useful my take would be. Why were the other two rejected? Not enough? Was this one higher, lower? Any more information? MNC Capital, 46% VWAP. Revised offers 30% premium to the last closing price. $50 million will be adjusted accordingly. Hmm. I mean, I would say that MNC Capital seems motivated. Looks like they've rejected offers for 30, 35, and 37.50. So they may not take the offer at 39.50. If you're trying to, were you trying to play like the buyout arbitrage on it? That was interesting. Some out of the money call buying here. What strike? 65? Oh, a little bit more at 60, 65. Some 75, 80 buying is picking up. I don't think bulls are done here. Well, you haven't responded, or at least I don't see a response. So I'm gonna go with there's money to be made if they accept the buyout at 39.50 because it's trading at 35.76. Should it be accepted? Display markets near all-time highs, like I'm a Norwegian whaler. Well, think of the stocks like whales, right? And you go out in your little whaling boat, and the sea is just full of the biggest, fattest fucking whales you've ever seen. But they're so fat that they're eating all the food. So they're not going to last forever. And if you're going to harpoon one, you're taking a big risk that the next time you come out, there may not be any fat whales left. Thank you. Why would you want to hunt dolphins? True, false. Bulls can't de-risk while constantly catching knives. No, they can. It makes it harder for them to get meaningful price improvement, though. So if they're putting all of their effort into selling puts and catching knives, as you put it makes it harder for them to buy the out of the money calls that drive price improvement. That was a bearish take. It's an ecosystem. What is this price action? Exceedingly boring. Escalator up, elevator down. It's more like slow elderly person on a staircase up, but it's still slightly up. We're reading, understanding things right, and there was a bunch of 190 just sold on Apple for next week. No idea. I don't pay attention to flows very much. Jesus, so fucking boring. Listen, man, they're trying, okay? They're trying really hard. Hmm. Interesting. Who's trying though? Fucking one goddamn hedge fund where they're freaking out because they can bump the market around a few bips. If they break up here, it's going to be a lot more than a few bips. Unit labor costs were up, but not as high as the preliminary report. Still quite high on the final report for quarter one. And productivity was slightly up from flat, but barely. Productivity still way down quarter over quarter, which AI was supposed to fix. There were promises made. Do you have the Greeks for Costco? Yeah. Gamma max is 848.95. Gamma neutral's 805. Delta neutral 750. Vega neutral 745. Everyone FOMO'd into calls, so sideways. No, I think this breaks up. I think this breaks up. We can retest 60 or 65. If we break 65, 80. Bull time. I already have calls. We're breaking up, Bob. Whether you want it to happen or not, it's happening. The biggest problem is short vol might try to de-risk at some point, and then we might crash back to 50 again. But for now, it looks like bulls are pushing. You see that? Little fuckers. The fuck was that? Like, just a tiny amount of. I think it was just like a tiny amount of de risking. It's okay, they caught the knife. Everything's fine. I didn't get fucking stopped out. You get wrecked, nerd. It was that hedge fund. Someone is. I will definitely say this over the last 3 days. Someone is short vol and does not want to be anymore. They hit my stop. Gotta move quick. Float like a butterfly. Something like that. That's a bit hyperbolic, Lawrence. Hmm. Big consolidation, tiny consolidation. Let's fucking go. It's not a circus because of the clowns. It's because of the knife jugglers. What do you make of the tight wedge on the Reddit daily chart? I don't know. I haven't looked at it. That changed things a little bit. Hmm. Isn't the price of the option falling? Would you be open to a super short to 52.75? That could be cool. Ooh, breakout got stuffed. Try it again. There we go. Bulls might lose it. It kind of looks like they've got a little bit of stability here at 52. But they're in a much better position above, back above 53. There's a lot of fucking short puts here. Interesting. Delta's still positive. So some support from the MM also. And still a higher low here to here. Right. What are we looking at to break 50? We're going to need probably some more de-risking. I would say that if we were to break 50, it's probably going to be a little bit later in the day. I think we've stabilized through at least a bit of the downturn in momentum. There was some fairly decent, there's still some fairly decent support at ES 5360. And the MM is still slightly supportive here. It's waning, right? Like obviously they want the price higher, but still slightly supportive. What's really fucking weird is like SPX is going up here, but ES is flat as fuck. Call sellers are coming in on the I guess that's maybe for the best. Lots of call sellers. Yeah, looks like it got stuffed. Fucking chop. Hmm. Bear trap? Nope. Hmm. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Delta almost slipped negative there. Hmm. How low do we need to drop to squeeze those? The 45. Probably above 6. 6 or 7. So I still think we need to lose a couple more dollars below the lower trend. Are bulls gonna reverse this? I'm not sure if they can. They've tried really, really fucking hard. There's an ES seller. Someone's selling ES. Because, like, SPX is bouncing, ES just keeps trending down. Like, someone's got a fucking big fat sell wall there. Although, if they pull that back, it's gonna rip. Is there arbitrage between ES and SPX? Yeah, but you're not gonna capture it. Yeah, I saw that, Varix. Board, can you talk me out of rut options? Short or long? ES. They're shorting vol a little bit here. On another lower high. Because the next lower low might not be able to be supported. Nice. Fuck yeah. XLP is back, baby. Nice, Dork. I really like to make more than 3% off these options. Vol's starting to tick up. So the big risk here is they have a shitload of 5350 sold puts for Friday. And if those fall in the money, the 5325 puts become at risk again. And they all expire tomorrow. Yeah, SLD is the Wednesday before OPEX. Well, it starts the Wednesday before OPEX. Ooh. There's 5,300 like sold puts at fucking 5,350 for tomorrow, and then there's like 8,000 at 58, 5,325. There's a lot of delta. There's also sold calls at 5,350, right? So there's extra sell pressure to the downside. Far more than we would normally have being above gamma neutral. It's very interesting that the bulls failed there. Ooh. Squeezies? So close. Am I pulling up that GME trading view chart? No, we didn't. We didn't. We kind of tested it and then failed. GME vol's getting crushed today a bit. The puts are starting to price up. Shit. 1 second. Time for Todd to stuff Vix back in the basement again. Well, we didn't get back over 50. So they may not win. Commodities are vupping. Interesting. Yeah, gold's back at 24. GME got a little bit of liquidity this morning, but from what? Maybe just profit taking on weeklies. I think a failure to regain 50 here is probably pretty bearish. We still need to break away from the resistance. Oh, that's 50. Oh, motherfucker. Oh, it's getting stuffed. Okay. Lower high. Nice. That's interesting. That's a lot of future sellers. They're being pretty aggressive. I kind of like it. Gap. Oh shit. Let's go. No, just filled it again. Damn it. All I want for is for it to instantly drop to 5,300. I don't know why that's so much to ask. If you had to hazard a guess as to DFV's plan, what do you think he's gonna do? Sell his options while they're up? More up would be better. Hmm. Getting close to our futures support from earlier. Although for this to really reverse, like back to 5306 on ES, we need to fail at 50, which are still about $12 above. I'm not doubting the Bulls again. No, sir. I wouldn't doubt them. But there is someone selling a lot of futures. They could stop at any moment, and if they do, this is gonna rocket. But the MMs are being super stingy with the put pricing. The 35 or the 45, the 40, and the 50 are still being sold quite a lot. No, CTAs aren't gonna dump here. Maybe back under 5,300. I don't know if it's. I don't know if it's the secret seller. I don't think there was any secret seller. I mean, it was just, someone was just. Everyone was just selling. It wasn't just. It probably wasn't even one person. It was just somebody dumping a fuck ton of futures last week. I love how EU cut rates and somehow dollar's still fucking down. Amazing. Forward yield on vol is up though. I'm okay with that. It's not going to be used for very much leverage. It's only a few points, right? It already is used similarly for leverage to the yen because their rate is lower. Right? It's been lower the whole time. Like our Fed funds rate is at 5.25, and theirs is like a full point lower. Now it's just a point and a quarter lower. But leaning into that trade tightens financial conditions, pushes yields up, dollar up. Back under 53.50 again. It's one big fucking red candle. Let's. What do we need to break? 53.47.80. So close. Push it. Oh. Well, it is exciting because we're testing a major support level repeatedly. When the video breaks below 1200, I think SPX goes down with it. Chicken and the egg. Yes, buy back your puts. Buy them all back. This is the good stuff. There goes 43, 47. Oh, you fuckers. Don't even do it. So close. This is literally gooning. What the fuck? Why are they gooning us like this? Maybe we fail the 50 test this time. Vol's still moving up a little bit. Hmm. All of this, and put buyers were like, yep, that's what I wanted, that extra 50 cents. better be worth the fucking wait. It's going all right, Bob. How you doing, man? About 230C 628. Okay. Somewhat closer 30%. Figured we get rugged in after hours. Currently sitting at 52%. Thoughts on holding versus sell? Up to you, but GME looks pretty good right now. It's holding above 33. 33 to 35 is a bit rough, but if it gets above 35, it's kicking ass. Okay, so VIX going to 13 is illegal. But what about VIX 1291? VIX 30? Yeah, no problem, Paris. GME positioning is volatility sensitive, so if VIX is rising, that should pressure it up. GME making me some money once again. Nice. Now you're thinking like an investment bank, Lawrence. It's weird that bulls aren't just like loading 5360 right now. I wonder why. Don't fucking tease me. You bitch. More than anything, I just want to get out of my fucking straddle. But I need like 40, at least a 45 test for it to be worth it. No, fuck off. There's support at 47.50? No, there's support at 50. But the delta on 50 starts to fall off below 40, like 47.50, 47.40. So they're trying to preserve the delta of the supportive position. And not get squeezed out of their puts, which are getting very close to getting squeezed out, right? So all the puts they sold, like the 45 strike today, and we're trading here. So all of this shit is getting pressured out, right? Like this is where they started shorting. Dear ES sellers, stop. Jimmy broke $34. Fucking come on. There we go. Yes. Thank you. Fucking Christ. It could keep dropping, technically. It might be. It failed the 47 test, which is a little bit bearish. But we'll see. Support at 45, and then, yeah, that would be probably a decent position. Jimmy needs to move one more dollar. Do financial conditions ever get tight enough for bulls to not constantly win? I mean, they're tighter now than they were at our last all-time high. A little bit. Dollar's at 104.22. So dollar's up, like actually up over market close yesterday. Just down over overnight. Russell's moving back down again. What's my buy-in target on that? I need to check. I still want to short Russell. Delta neutral's 203. So it's failing, maybe failing delta neutral right now. Well, still moving up. Oh, okay, there's support. Still need to get back above that 43, 47, 40 mark where we squeeze the short puts to reverse. Give me a sustained move either way. We may not get a lot of those today. Although this should drive some put capitulation, and if they can get it back above the short puts at 50, they should be able to get a decent run out of it. If they can't, then we'll continue to fail. Right now, still bearish till we break back. Above this. They're tighter now than they were yesterday. Yeah. You say we got calls at 40 instead of 35. If it breaks 35, it should test 40. Are you expecting that or more downs? I don't know. It depends on how hard short vol comes in here and tries to regain their positioning. The fact that volatility is moving up is not a good sign. And they just lost one of their biggest support levels. So, I mean, a continuation is probably more likely to the downside. But there's obviously a chance it could be reversed because it presents so much risk. Why wouldn't Shortfall do what they do literally every other day, though? Well, they're not in the same position, right? Yesterday, financial conditions were loosening. Um, they did everything they could to drive prices where they needed them to get there to stabilize their positioning, right? And I think most of that was largely in preparation for the ECB decision. And like while the rate cut's not having a huge dramatic impact right away, over time it will have an impact. They're really not pricing down calls at all. Second, I'm just gonna write something down real quick. There's no gap on SPX. Where? Some support here. This is the trend on ES, so we might find a little support here. Might not get a strong bounce out of it, though. We might also just fail it. It's a distinct possibility. Yeah. We're still keeping volatility pretty contained. I'm surprised it hasn't gone higher. All right. Yeah, I know Jimmy's testing. I'm watching it. Hmm. Calculator. Hmm. Nope. Sorry, 1 second. I'm back. Sorry about that. Hmm. Hmm. No, interesting. Um, I can't tell if bulls are just gonna lever up here or they're gonna pull back positions. They could push it back above 47 still. They're trying to build some support. They're definitely gonna want those sold puts back in the money before tomorrow. Is Jimmy finna bus here? Maybe. No, I think bulls are stabilizing it. Seems like the future sellers eased off a little bit at least. We'll see. We got to break back above the trend on ES. To confirm the turnaround. So far we haven't. And ideally we'd break back above like 53.60. If this rejects, then more down. And then we're looking at a test of like 53.40. Next up for GME after 35. There's not a lot of call interest between 35 and 40. But I think it'll pick up enough delta and IV that it should start to pressure the out of the money sold calls at like 40, 50, 60. So I think the rise in vol and the push up in Vega should be enough to carry it higher, even though there's not a ton of positioning there. So just a green candle to 40. I don't think it'll be that dramatic. Maybe 40 to 60 would be, but 35 to 40 is still going to be a bit of a grind, I think. Just one with better positive pressure. Where are the Knights of the V when you need them? They're trying. They're really trying to turn it around, but they're not in a good position. This is I mean, this is bad for them. They do not want to lose 50. If you guys didn't notice. Bloomberg is calling the Europore's cut hawkish. What? A hawkish cut? Oh my god, they used the quote hawkish cut. Hold on. This is real. What a fucking joke. I was here. It was a hawkish cut. They're closing PPEP and winding down the APP. So it's still a cut. It's literally the most dovish thing a central bank can fucking do. Hawkish fucking cut. Unbelievable. If they didn't say that, then Dixie would have been at like 105, right? I mean, Dixie might still just go to 105 after the market digests the hawkish cut. They missed the N. Yeah, I said the website that I was looking at didn't update the rate change, but they did cut rates. The one I was looking at only showed the rate change for the like lending facility, but it wasn't showing the rate change from like their terminal rate. So it was showing their like marginal lending rate is being cut, but not the other one. And then I double checked another source, and it was. I let everyone know at the beginning of the stream. Is stagflation hawkish? Yeah, yeah. So hear me out. The newest video on DFV's cooking channel is a private interview with PiFi where they discuss various cooking methods. No, no, it's not. What about transitory inflation? You mean red hot inflation? Red hot transitory inflation? Shockingly dovish. Market's near all time highs. If we fail, we could fall a lot lower than 53.35. I stopped out of my straddle on that first bounce, so we'll probably go back to 52.70. What are the chances that FOMC is dovish? Pretty slim. I highly doubt the Fed's going to cut rates on rising inflation. Like everyone's like, "Oh, labor's softer," but it's not. It's at like historic highs. Amazing. It's almost like central banks have no idea what they're doing. Hmm. Unemployment was 10K higher than expected. That's not a big difference. No, it's not. None of the labor data is really bad, right? Like they're like, "Oh, look, labor is softening," but it's fucking not. It's at like way above historic averages. Jimmy could run to 40. They could also run to 60, 80, or possibly even 100. There's still no calls between 35 and 40, but well, there are, but not a lot of them. But on the break of 35, you're going to get a bump in IV, which increases Vega, right? The amount of delta they have to hedge for the existing Vega positions, and then the rise in price also pushes delta up, right? So you have Vega and delta both pushing up. Is a GME run to 60 supported by the options OI if it breaks 40? I didn't read Lagarde's presser, but I'm sure there's a transcript. Bulls are pushing. If this bounce picks up breadth, that's good for GME too. So we got back over the trend on ES. So we got a confirmed bounce. We just don't have a reversal yet. What? I fucking said GME could go up. I'm I'm long. It feels fine. I buy back my shares. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I bought a bunch of $40 calls for Friday. Yeah, I even bought some here. Boom. Right there. Not full port. Not even close. Do I get to be in charge of a central bank if I am able to very confidently say inflation is only ever temporary, as are real rates above 0%? Yeah, that sounds like. Don't forget to throw in. Hold on. I forgot what I was going to say entirely. Nice. DFE's going live? Oh, it's tomorrow. That's not true, Clapton. Although you do say a lot of things about weird penny stocks. Hmm. I do? I don't know. I think you do. Maybe you don't. You can't just cross out everything I wrote, Popcorn Trader, and write GME to 0 glorp. No, that wasn't me. You wrote that. It's got crayon. No, that's your signature. You didn't even write my name. No, that's fine. I'm losing ground. 1K end of day crowd has merged with 510C gang. I fear for the mental stability of the Discord. It's reasonable. Jimmy's about to break 3750. What's behind 3750? 3751. Was that a retest on ES? No, we're still above trend on ES. Well, no, a little below it. We were just a little above it. We tested 57 and then got rejected. SPX still needs to get above that 4740 mark in order to reverse. Think of how few super stockers will be in here while DFV streams. I know, that's exciting. Dork, you need to calm down. I know SLB bounced. That's still down 10% over the last month. Are you afraid of losing viewership to DFE? Not at all. GME's already on the screen. He's doing a stream tomorrow. Supposedly. We're gonna find out. Am I hearing slander against my beloved 510 gang? What is this? Those be fighting words to the hugging pickle. 510 gang is the greatest thing to happen in the history of the world. Catch these hugs after DFV exercises. I've been buying calls since those tweets. Early entry hugs. Nice, man. I just bought calls today. I sold some puts yesterday, which I clearly no longer need to worry about. I hope it's like actually a DFE stream and not like him posting gifs of various movie scenes. Do you feel conflicted that you owe the start of your audience to DFE and now he's regressing everyone's brains back to 2021? Hmm. I don't know. I'm not really worried about it. Draw some lines on SPX for me. I have some 5345 that want to make up for yesterday's uh-oh. No. Draw your own lines. If you were holding GME with a cost basis of 33, how would you be handling this run up? Wait until there was a top, and I'd probably sell in the money cover calls. I do. Well, I mean, like, DFV wasn't, like, he wasn't the fucking degen that everyone else is, right? Like, what happened in 2021 and after GameStop squoze had very little to do with DFE, right? Like, he walked away in June anyway. Like, all the other crazy shit from June to now had nothing to do with him at all. He obviously fucking sold shares, right? I mean, so all of the hodl shit and the dumb fuck DRS nonsense, like, that had nothing to do with fucking DFE. He's got options and fucking E-Trade that he bought like a few days ago. He didn't average up. You know, he would have had to have averaged up an awful lot. His cost basis was basically nothing. I didn't understand options in 2021. I still don't, but I used to not to too. What can DFE say that will get you back in GME? I'll never buy shares of the company again. What if DFE drank the Kool-Aid and is gonna go off about how Kenny can't do this to us? Well, then he becomes my mortal enemy. It's very simple. What if DFZ said hostile takeover to throw out Cohen? He has my full support. He's gonna sell so many red bandanas. He's got a stream up for tomorrow. Rumor has it Ryan Cohen's bought 1.2 billion in BTC. What rumor? Is this like when he bought Nvidia at the bottom, but really just bought long and short-term US treasuries? The day they fully open the chain and reintroduce the beloved 510C, I expect to receive a DM of at least one 510C, or I will take it as an insult to our long, one-sided friendship. How do you want me to gift you a 510C? Just a reminder, you said you'd buy shares if it goes back to 10. 9. I said 9. And volatility stays high. Sold shares, bought options. I mean, he could have just bought options at $18 before the fucking May run, right? He didn't even need to sell CCs or anything. He could have just bought fucking out of the money options for nothing, right? They were like fucking, they were like 30 cents for like the 20, like the 20 and 30s, or the 30s, 25s and 30s were cheap as fuck. GME for capital to prop up the SPX until 2035 when their Vega risk falls off. DFE is just SPX Bulls, Bank of America probably. Going long GME for capital. I doubt it. They could squeeze anything. Why GME? That doesn't make any sense. Maybe it'll talk some fucking sense into Super Stonk. Nice, man. Options gifting platform. How am I being salty? You misunderstand. Do not gift the 510. Come join 510 again. Full degen funsies. I already bought $40 call, $40 weeklies. What more do you want? Did you know that Gabe Plotkin owns a basketball team? He's done very well for himself since losing all of his clients' money. Is 50 going to be a hard break on SPX if it gets above 50? Andrew left sweating right now. Not if he shorted GME at $80, he's not. Do I need to lose an eye to see the market better? Do I need to get uglier to acquire more money? Ryan Reynolds is the exception that proves the rule. We don't know the condition of Ryan Reynolds' vision. When I was first learning about options, I would see people on SS people saying that people were buying Gherk's covered calls, and I really thought they were specifically buying yours. Wow. Can confirm having a bad eye makes you a better trader. Yep. GFE's chat is going to be insufferable. You mean full of super stonkers? The Aswath guy you recommended for modern valuation methods is fire. He has some good ideas. Yeah. That's why Gherk is a shill. I know. Well, DFE bought my $20 covered call, and that is a fact. What if DFE promotes your platform? I highly doubt it. Didn't you predict that Sydney Sweeney will be a great investor because she has that sort of lazy eye? Yep, I did. You'll see. I hate you, that's all. Thank you, Rims and Tims. DFE, I don't think DFE is a member of the Discord. I don't think me and him agree on a lot of things. Hold on. I love it when I schedule a food delivery and they just deliver it immediately instead of at the scheduled time. Rims and Tims, welcome back to Dillionaire. I see you're trying to get closer to me. Nice try.
Happy birthday, Gherkin.
DFE's gonna be accompanied by 15 lawyers. They're just gonna be in the same room. It's gonna be like Ken's interview where he double checks before saying everything. Do you think GME volatility means GME cycles might be a thing again? Hopefully. GME volatility cycles are still some of the best yielding, or well, were some of the best yielding short options positions I've ever participated in. So I would very much like that back. I do have GME calls. I bought some $40 weeklies this morning. They're up a bit. gonna fucking exercise them. Gross. On a $40 cost basis. Discord link says invalid. Shouldn't be. Are you banned? Do you have an exit strategy for your 40C? Yeah. Sell them when they're worth more money. GoEV is kind of illiquid as fuck. Well, I bought them for a test of 40. I'll hold them for a breakout at 40. If we fail 40, I'll sell them. If we break out, I'll sell them at a higher price. No, I'm not gonna fucking exercise them. I know. What's the difference between exercise and selling? A call option gives you the right to purchase 100 shares at the strike price. That right is worth money, called premium. If you sell a contract, you're simply selling it for the premium. If you exercise a contract, you are exercising your right to those shares at that price. Yeah, like a warrant. Actually, very good, Popcorn Trader. Look at you. Viewing numbers directly proportional to hyper on DFV. Hacked DFV account confirmed. Tune in tomorrow at 12 p.m. to watch Gherk stream on DFV's account. Bahaha. Would be priceless. I can say that's absolutely not true. It's not a gamma ramp. It's a ramp, but it's not gamma. Messy. DFE's from Brockton. He probably loves bar pizzas and hates New York City style. Pizza in Massachusetts is fucking disgusting, okay? How likely is Jimmy to break through 40 and hit 60? There's a decent chance. Buying back my CCs that are down 500%. Why do you have CCs outright? I don't want to know. Can we get a pullback to 35 after testing 40? Or does the DFV stream make this unlikely? I have no idea what the effect of his stream will be. I do know Vega risk just ramped up massively, though. You know, you can, when your covered call goes in the money, you can buy a call. Equivalent to the one you sold. Are you adding to the GME Weekly? No, I bought enough. Halts at like 3% higher. Be around like 43.60. Why is it halted? It's only 8.5%. What the fuck? Is it a volatility halt? They turned off the buy and sell button. NYSE says Luddle. That doesn't seem right. How do I get unbanned from the Discord? You have to give me your Discord screen name. You can DM me on Reddit if you want. I don't know if you're actually banned or if it's just the link is bad. If you check my Reddit profile, there's a link there. It's pretty easy to get banned. If you've said any crazy super stonk shit around me, I've probably banned you. Same as my YouTube screen name. I'll check. You were banned for homophobic slurs. Seems to be a very common ban reason. I hate the internet. Lame. Yeah. It was, wasn't it? Why did you go and do that? Yes, he does. What do you do if DFE has a VWAP bandana on his stream? I mean, after I'm done cleaning my underwear? I don't know. Would you let DFE on your channel? Absolutely. The Super Stalkers brought out some harsh language. Hmm. I hate Super Stonkers more than anybody, and I've never felt a need to attack their sexuality. DFE is doing a collab with Cosmic Lightning Warrior. Good luck. Ding ding. Can we watch DFV stream on your stream? I mean, I'm going to be watching DFV stream. Does DFV need to pigeon whale to get beta access? Yes. $12 p.m. Nice 5x calls you got there. I bought them earlier. Anyone banned for homophobic slurs should have to perform a homosexual act to get unbanned. No. This isn't ancient Sumeria. He needs to apologize, mean it, and then he will be on a watch list. Am I on a watch list? Probably. Well, that hit my trailing stop, and that's why we don't use trailing stops during high volatility events. That's fair. What if GFE announces his engagement to Nancy Pelosi? Everything would make sense then. If this does start squeezing today, already did. What's the top? 60? Maybe. But like the beta on GME? Is GME going back to 400? Unlikely. How is Theta going to affect calls expiring tomorrow? Are they in the money? Minimally. If they're out of the money, quite a lot. All right. What happens after 50 in terms of gamma, vega, etc.? We got rejected last time at 50. We didn't get rejected at 50 during market hours, which is very different than getting rejected at 50, right? They were very careful that GME opened in a range below where that Vega risk would be triggered. Ooh, nice. Filled above my stop. I mean, if bulls can regain 50, then they could push up into 60, 65 again. Is that the end of GME? Just some weeklies getting hit, I think. If it falls back under 40, that's bad, obviously. If it falls back under 35, that's very bad. But that doesn't mean it's done running, right? Is Jimmy going back to 400? I bless you for continuing to shine light into the muddy waters. Godspeed for dealing with all the SS and GME nonsense in the coming days. Yeah, I'll live. I turned off comments on the Reddit post because I just don't want to hear anybody's fucking thesis. Everyone's like, oh, I need to weigh in on this data. No, you fucking don't. Just read it and fuck off. Bruin, you're unbanned already. I saw it the first time you wrote it. You don't have to keep apologizing. But it's not me, right? It's all of us. Have some respect for the community going forward, please. And understand that while some people might find that stuff to be a joke, other people are hurt by it, and it's not cool. Read it and fuck off is the title of my sex tape. That's 400 pages long. Rev is gone. There's no more Rev. I mean, there's still an operation. You just don't own any. Also, Discord will shut you down if people report it. Yeah. Well, if people report it and it's not against the rules. I've talked to the Discord admins a bunch of times. They can be difficult.
They got really, really fucking pissy when everyone was doing like female face swaps with that fucking Instagram app. Where can I find the Reddit posts? They're on our subreddit. Pickle r slash pickle financial. Yeah. I still don't understand that one. My gender was very affirmed that day. Enough people complained. Hosts a 1,000-man stream, forgets his own subreddit. I don't like going there. Super Stonk invades it all the time, and it's just dirty. It makes it dirty. Complained about all the hot chicks. Said it was insensitive to trans people, and I was like, how? But yeah, apparently. Are you accusing them of brigading? That's literally what they do. Trans person here, not offended. Well, there it is. I think what mattered is that the admin who got a hold of the complaint was very offended. Is there a different margin requirement for turning a long put into a calendar by selling a shorter dated put? TOS is rejecting my order. It should just be the spread. The requirement should be the spread. Your subreddit is where super stalkers get asked questions that they truly believe make them sound smart. I think it's just where they go to say their, like, preach their ideologies for their cult. We're like, well, I believe this. No one fucking cares. If we cared, we'd be in your subreddit, right? Thanks, Pickle Brigade Bot. Happy 22 months, man. Nobody was even saying anything about trans folks in that chat. Everyone was just thirsting over each other because they can't land women, a woman IRL. Also true. Is anyone shorting GME right now? I mean, some options dumped. I don't think it's being, like, aggressively shorted, though. Can you elaborate on what Super Stonk is wrong, delusional about? Everything? I mean, every core philosophy they have is pretty much incorrect. Like, factually incorrect. They think they can lock the float. They think there's such a thing as MOASS. They think that there's somehow underwater shorts on GME, despite it being, you know, several orders of magnitude lower in price than it was at its peak 3 years ago. They think somehow buying all of the shares is going to squeeze the shorts, which arguably don't exist. You think RSS, Lord and Savior, buying options might engender self-reflection, then come back with an open mind and realize GME is a story of emergent properties from a complex settlement system. Can't wait for counterparty failure intrigue to rear its head. Jesus. I don't think they even have a thesis as much as belief systems based on vapor prayers, largely. I bought and sold puts on it yesterday. The fuck? What are you on about? I don't have any attachment to the fucking stock. Let me just snipe the super stonkers right here. I don't have to fucking listen to their bullshit. One down. Yep. You don't hold your physical shares while you sleep. SS used to be super against options. Now all of a sudden it's a big deal. Pickle was always about options. That's the only fair market retail has. Also leverage. So it's the only way they can compete toe-to-toe with hedge funds. I don't love GME. I like money. I don't care what stock it is. If Roaring Kitty pees on my paper certificate shares, can I still turn them in? Sure. SS believes RC does not need to offer guidance. That's because it's a cargo cult. No, I didn't buy back in. I have some like $40 weeklies, and that's it. And less of them now. Because I just got stopped out of a bunch. Bruin, welcome to Dillionaire, man. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord if you need help getting added. How does RC feel knowing he sold shares at the bottom? We don't talk about that, right? I bet that guy on SS is maybe regretting crew for ban above 40 banana in his brown star. Possibly. Or he's into that shit. Yep, we talked about it a bunch, Paris. Gherkin was right about options and was the good guy the whole time? Shocker. When did Beyond fall off Reg Show? A couple weeks ago. Why are yields Dixie down today? They're digesting the European rate cut. RC about to announce another offering. It would be like God killing Jesus. I mean, it's tough. That's right. Like, you want people to make money, but I mean, RC should. I know everyone's going to hate to hear that, but if you're an investor in GME, he should. One of the top posts on SS is a guy who exercises his calls in the money, but still before expiration. They're halfway there. Maybe they're getting it. Maybe. I hope that you take solace in knowing that while you cannot change the minds of all SSers, never wanted to, your continued coverage has helped some, including myself. Good. Well, hello, Vix. Bulls suck. Is there not a blackout period before earnings in which they can't create a new share offering? I think the earnings disclosure gets them around that. Legally, I would have to check because I'm not a securities lawyer, but I'm pretty sure that the like the preliminary earnings report can get them around that. As long as they're not sitting on any information that's not like publicly disclosed. Jimmy support at 40? We lost 40. Maybe not. And there go the rest of my weekly calls. Well, that was fun. The most valuable info Gherk drops daily is takes on cooking and food. Have you ever thought that since so many other people seem to find value in the market data that I give out, maybe it's just you? Like maybe you suck. No, impossible. He is right though. The food data is far more relevant to most people. Thank you for all your dedication to the stream and all the write-ups. Thanks, random person. Ko-Fi rejected. I think Jimmy is dead until tomorrow. Halts all the way down. Losing 35 would be pretty bad here. You're gonna get a lot of capitulation on the calls that picked up some premium today. Yeah, careful. Could still find support at 35. And hasn't fully lost 40 yet, so I wouldn't say it's completely dead. Yeah, made some money on Jimmy this week. I should probably close my short puts. This downside move on SPX feels like it has some momentum. It should. It gets a lot more momentum if it breaks through 53.25, though. There's a lot of short calls in this range. That's why we're dropping through it so fast. It's like what I said earlier. Escalator up, elevator down. When it starts selling off, the MM's going to deleverage the hedge that they're holding for the short calls, right? There's short calls all the way from like 53.10 up through like 5400. Quite a lot of them. Which means that unless there's constant buy pressure, it's very easy for us to slip to the downside, which I also said last night. So if you're long on stuff, make sure you have some stops. Like if you're long calls, have a stop because it can get rug pulled really fast. My WM's getting very close to my nummy level. How much theta do the bulk of the short calls have? A lot. Like September, Jan. They've been selling like far dated calls. That's why they're so impactful, right? Because they have a shitload of delta. I hit the inversion table every day at work, right after the daily scaping. Nice. Have you ever tried scaping inverted? Really could help you get to those tough to reach spots. Bringing up a topic from earlier, how do you weigh how much Vega exposure to hedge your long position? Well, you have to determine the current Vega exposure of your portfolio. And then you figure, or delta, if you're hedging delta with Vega. And then you would assess the sensitivity of that positioning to changes in implied volatility. and then you calculate the required Vega to hedge that position. So if you have like a option on whatever SPY with a Vega of 0.15, and another, like, say you're long QQQ with a Vega of 0.2, right? Your total Vega exposure is like 0.35. And then you figure out the amount you want to reduce that exposure by. So you could sell an option on another stock like IWM with a Vega of like 0.15, and then you reduce your total Vega exposure by 0.15, and so you'd have 0.2 Vega exposure after selling that option. That's the simplest answer I think I can give you. And then if you're looking at shares, I mean, shares have a delta of 1. It is simple. I did a very good job explaining volatility hedging of a portfolio in a way that a 5-year-old could understand it. Overnight straddles on GME, too expensive. Explain like I'm 1 month. Coochie coochie coo. As an engineer who never took finance, do they teach us in school when majoring in finance? It depends. If you get a BS, yes. If you're getting a BA, maybe not. They'll teach you how to allocate portfolios when you get a BA, but they won't really teach you much about hedging them. Although most of the positions you're in, the hedging part isn't your concern so much. Fuzzy navels are the best cocktail. Why do we need to... Who do we need to email to get strikes every 25 cents on Fubo? That's not going to happen. Have they sold any of those short puts on SPX? Yes. Quite the knife catch. Not bad. Yeah, not bad at all. It's what they do. Someone dropped $7.8 million on shares at 38. Or sold them. FGME 125 weeklies up 200%. Could we gap up in after hours? Or Theta will destroy if I hold. Theta's gonna fuck you no matter what because you're out of the money. I mean, we could gap up, and yeah, they could be worth more money tomorrow, but it's unlikely they'll be worth more tomorrow. You're gonna lose a lot of the value. Can you explain charm like I'm 5? You ever get one of those like Mylar balloons for your birthday or something? Right, and it like kind of like leaks out the helium over time. Shiny balloon, popcorn trader. A shiny balloon. What if DFE stream tomorrow is just 10 hours of his empty port with 300 million in it? Shiny, thick balloon. You've ruined the whole thing by asking me what Mylar is. No, you can't eat it. DFV is streaming tomorrow, and the news is blaming his announcement of that on Vega squeezing a little bit in the middle of the day. Closing above 40 would be better for momentum. Well, when that balloon is full, you can't compress it very much, right? But as it starts to lose helium, you can kind of squeeze parts of it to make other parts of it inflate. And as it loses more and more helium, you have to squeeze more and more of the balloon to kind of push the remaining gas into the end of the balloon. And that's what charm is. On a side note, YouTube was advertising the Sinn Féin political party on your stream. Weird. I don't have any ties or associations with the IRA, if that's what you're asking. God, if I had an Irish accent, this fucking stream would be packed. Are put sellers switching to short calls? They have been. Yeah. For a couple weeks now. I think you went over this a long time ago, but as someone who streams daily trading, do you think there's any room for legal suits against what you and DFE and others do? It really depends on your qualifications and what your promising people, right? If you're a CFA or you're an investment advisor or a registered securities dealer, then yes, yeah, you could get into some, there could be some legal trouble. I think like what me and DFV do is just analysis, right? We're both just private individuals with making no claims as to any kind of credentials or anything like that. And no, you cannot get in trouble for that. That's there's tons and tons of precedents, right? So no, I don't think so. The issue that's come up with DFV recently is that he is managing an account that is in excess of the legal requirement for port reporting for institutions, right? And it's kind of a gray area for individuals that, you know, does he own an LLC? Is the investment being made through an LLC? If it is, and the investment is over $100 million, it should be under the purview of the SEC, and a 13F should be required, right? And that's where it's kind of gray. Also, there's a precedent for his social media interactions driving the price of an asset, right? And you know, like the first time you post something like that and the asset rockets, who the fuck knew, right? But if it happens every time and you keep doing it, there have been instances in the past where the SEC has attempted to get people on that for market manipulation. Um, Most of them very unsuccessful. They really actually do have a big problem and a gap in their regulations about social media. You also have to prove intent, which is very difficult, and the optics of going after DFV would be extremely bad for them, right? So some things are better just left a gray area, and not addressed. But there could be repercussions, if the SEC were to choose to pursue it. You're not a certified Dan handler? I mean, the accrediting agency is very questionable on that. OI updates after market close. Yeah, a little bit of that going on, crypto. Do you think his end of day nears that'll pressure GME higher or lower? Above 35, we should be fairly stable, actually. Should we fall below 35, then charm might start to negatively affect price more. Yeah, and the DOJ would need to do it. And they you know, for criminal cases, there's a lot more requirements for evidence. So, I mean, if you know, the SEC has a hard time proving intent in a civil case, the requirements for a criminal case would be nearly impossible to meet. Like, it would be almost impossible to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that there was intent behind it. Yeah, I'm sure he's consulted with attorneys. Did you say charm? It's delta decay. So the decay of delta on options contracts into their expiration. Standard of proof is higher, not evidence standard. Okay, fine. I don't know, civil cases let in a lot of circumstantial evidence and get a lot from testimony that probably wouldn't even be considered in a criminal case. Is Upstart looking interesting at all? Oh, it was a little bit on the break of 25. That was kind of interesting. Mentioned it a few days ago that there was a little bit of covering going on. It's still the ETF FTD period today and tomorrow. Are the final 2 days of that T5 window. So, and it does appear that Upstart is somewhat benefiting from those ETF FTDs. A break of 2750 is probably unlikely, but it could. If it did, it could run further. Like it could maybe even hit like 30 again. That's not how you explained it. Well, I'm not a fucking lawyer. Well, bulls get it above 5350 end of day. You'd think they'd really want to, given that they're sold puts. Have 5350 expire tomorrow. What's holding back Apple from staying over 196? There's sold calls at 195. Not a ton of them, but there are some. CSP on Upstart worth it? I mean, I'd wait till the price comes back down. I don't think financial conditions are going to ease. So I'm sure that'll still be rough for their business model. I wasn't trying to be mean. I didn't think you were. It's hard to say over here, but criminal courts generally allow more evidence than civil courts in certain aspects, but less in others. Evidence in this matter isn't an issue. Fine. The burden of proof on the intent, right? Like market manipulation is all about intent. And I mean, like, here's a great example: that Zach Morris dipshit. He was running around like actively talking about manipulating the price of an asset. Like, we're gonna do this, and people are gonna buy it, and then we're gonna sell the top, right? And they still wouldn't like press it, right? Because it was too hard to prove the intent. Okay. Rip Zach Morris. He's doing his thing again. He's pumping penny stocks. Pumping penny stocks. He's got his own crypto. Guy doesn't sit down. Gotta respect the hustle. What about Dan? I was talking about Tesla comeback that evolved, cut the price of your vehicles greatly, and buy back a fuck ton of your stock. Was today higher tomorrow on XRT fails? I don't have them broken down Like we just aggregate them. Today is lower. 323,000 fails versus 477,000 tomorrow. Fails at the end of June look spicy as fuck, though. Can't wait till we get the next report. What do we have, like 11 days? Nah, it's fine, Carl. Don't worry about it. Can you talk about what happens at SPX Bulls when the 10-year hits 5%? It's not really SPX Bulls, it's banks. Banks get fucked. They're already kind of in a shitty spot, right? Even with the 10-year where it is, their mark-to-market losses would be, you know, hundreds of billions. Could UGI go lower? Possibly. I'm not gonna miss the DFV stream, Popcorn. I don't know why are you being a shill right now? I like that Carl just makes lists in Excel, and that makes him a quant. It makes him one of the most valuable quants. Anybody who makes me not have to touch Microsoft Excel, instant value. You should stream the DFV stream. I don't know if that's okay. Oh. Am I valuable? Yes, Nuke. Yes, you are. Me draw lines on chart, crayon. Exactly. I don't know, streaming someone else's stream feels icky. I got dumped on at open and I made negative $2,000, so I'm gonna need a refund. But then you went short and made that money back, right? I'd have an Excel off with any of these hoes. It's not breaking a YouTube rule, but it's... I don't know. I can stream Gherk streaming DFV if anyone's interested. You stream the Fed? That's like public... That's like a public stream from the government. And YouTube still tags me on JPow's intro music. If you want to stream someone else's stuff, you have to do it on Twitch. I love the positivity of wording it as I made negative $2,000. It's a debit. Could DFE pull off a squeeze on GME? Maybe. He's got a lot of money. Thanks, Lugs. If he goes on and shares trades, people are gonna ghost him so hard. Yeah, yeah, they are. Do you think DFE will go to jail if GME squeezes? No. We just went over that for like 20 minutes. I think in all the time doing this, I've sent DFE one message. And I was at like peak elation. I don't even remember what I said. No, he didn't reply. Fanboy? I mean, yeah. Okay, I'm buying a 5350 call. How much are they? They're too expensive now. They've got to pump it into the end of the day, right? Because NFP's tomorrow. Hmm. The idea is to do a bathtub stream on Twitch if you're reacting to DFV stream while streaming yourself street fighting, playing Street Fighter. Oh, I see. I don't like using the Twitch. It's a pain in the ass. That's some great puts. Nice. So instead of 4,500, I earned negative 500. I like that the positivity's spreading. I was referring to my specific Twitch channel. I said the Twitch channel. I didn't call it the Twitch. I wasn't like, I don't like streaming on the Twitch. I double dog dare you to buy 10 million in GME calls. No. Okay, boomer. But my treasuries. I don't want to risk my treasuries. Triple dog dare you to do nothing on GME. Done. What's your treasury position look like? Mostly 3 and 6 months. The 3s are rolling off pretty soon. I'm probably gonna allocate like half of that into 2 years. Like 350K in the 20-year. Some number in the 30. Quite a lot in the 30-year. But I bought that like back in October last year. I think it's like 28% of my total position. And then I have like 40% all for margin. I mean, yeah, I can use it. I am using some of it, mostly the short dated. So mostly the 3 and 6 months. The 20 and 30 I'm not really using for leverage. Mostly just because the account they're in sucks for options trading. $40 close is a big deal. Doing 90-10? No. My total treasury allocation's 60% of my free cash right now. I don't have billions of dollars. I don't think I guess I have some money in a money market because I have cash and brokerages that's in whatever like my Fidelity account has the what is it? F SPACs or whatever, the 5% one. What's the deal with commodities? Central bank divergence, like currency risk. I could have billions of dongs. I could. I feel like the samurai would be more agile than the walrus, but it would be very hard to kill the walrus with a knife. What kind of knife? Is it like a big knife? Or is it like like a pocket knife? Foot long? I mean, if you can get through the fat, maybe. It's gotta be sharp. Could you look at Kirk? What about it? It's kind of memey. It does meme things. Looks like it just ran. It doesn't look bullish right now. Where did the red candle go? It disappeared. Crypto bought all the 5350s. Is it fun squeezle? Squizzle? Squeezle? I mean, it doesn't look fun right now. Their earnings were okay. Their profit margins are picking back up. Oh, Jesus Christ, popcorn. That was me buying all the expensive 5350s. Yep. Yep, we know. I legit don't know where I want to put free capital. With NVIDIA propping up the markets and Germany confirming recession and our banks being how they are, SPX I've avoided till now, but maybe? That's tough. I mean most of my investments are in like energy and utilities. Um I've been picking up a little bit of like emerging market stuff, but not much. I have some metals exposure, and I've been looking into manufacturing more and more. I don't know if DFE is announcing something. This isn't that Shkreli Pulte Twitter thing. Brain cells shorted. Need to recover. Did Pulte pay him for his appearance? I can't see, like, I'm not a big fan of Martin Shkreli, but I can't see him getting along with Pulte. What do you want to manufacture? VWAP hats. He's gonna sell 20 Cs on stream so that it's public information and not a pump and dump. Interesting. Have you heard about SCX0DTs? It's a wonderful new instrument that can make you extremely rich or poor very quickly. How fun. They are fun. I'm scared to watch DFV stream tomorrow because what if it's cringe? They say never meet your heroes. But I'm just excited for DFV to become evil like me. Because if Super Stonk turns DFV into a pariah, then maybe that'll finally break the cult. But evil, you mean a rational human being, right? Yes. Yeah. Like I said, evil. Evil shill. I'd love to talk to him. He is more than welcome on the show anytime he wants. I get the brain gymnastics. Mod's already said rules for thee, not for DFB. I mean, yeah. How dare you, BMG? I know DFE through a friend. His stream tomorrow isn't even really stock related, just a joking tutorial with stock charts in the background. Thanks, Paris. He's coming back to pick me up at 375, right? Oh, God. Thanks, man. I'm not giving YouTube more money. What if he logs on and says you're wrong about computer share? Then he's wrong about computer share. If I'm wrong about computer share, why wouldn't he have his shit in computer? What are you talking about? DFE will break the cult by liquidating everything live on stream and walk away with a cool 500 mil. Again, BMG, how dare you? Hello, fake roaring kitty. Someone sold them to DFE. Fake Keith is back. I also never banned Darth Dan. Does the 25% buddy vote from computer share have any merits? Wait, what? I don't know what you're talking about. Or he cements the cult and DRSs his shares. Wow. Well, that would be terrible. Okay, Balani. You banned Darth Dan from your heart and your bed. You really should just ask for a divorce and set him free already. There was never a marriage. It's a sham. Never present. The stream illustrates how to make the movie memes. Sony, what's it called? What's the Sony fucking CGI software? Vegas or something like that? Go on Fiverr and find a video editor. Have you seen any articles about your unknown vol trader or the trade itself? It's not just one trader. It's several, right? It's just a consistent position driven by like big money. I mean it's got to be banks. No one else is big enough to support their fucking hundreds of billions of dollars in short puts being in the money, right? I want Jensen to marry Kathy Woods, but then the video would go to $1. Do you think it's possible there's something about market mechanics that you and the quants are unaware of at this point? It's possible, yeah. I mean, it's a very complex system, of course. I do believe that our research into GME was exhaustive. I think we covered everything. I don't think there was anything missing. But in the interest of rigor, there were things that went unexplored. Be right back. I'm gonna console Darth. I'm choosing him over you if you actually split up. Fair enough. He's gonna log on with paper mache aliens from Mexico and say they told him the future of GME. I mean, he must be a little crazy to put 300 million dollars on the line, right? Just the cool kind of crazy. I still think he just plays deferred obligations from holidays. That thesis never really changed, right? Good Friday was April 18th, which was OPEX. And then when multiple OPEX obligations are stacked in the same period, GME fucking rips. Except this time he leveraged the fuck out of it. I don't like this. You have too many viewers. Talk about how much you hate dogs and religion, please. I feel like DV's either the biggest gambler in history, or he knows something deeper about the market mechanics that we're aware of. Unaware of. Yeah, maybe. Can we start doing that too on other potential stocks? What, chasing like FINRA settlement requirements? Yeah, but they need to have enough outstanding obligations to carry over for it to matter, right? Can you let the BlackRock team know that the price has moved? GME price has moved. Thanks. It may be important to them. I will. I will, Bithead. Thank you so much. DFE definitely doesn't wear a towel in a locker room and changes in full view of everyone. That's the level of confidence he's showing. Yep. Yeah. I had calls on GME earlier today. I got stopped out of them. But I might get more. We'll see. Are there tickers big enough like GME to have FINRA settlements that matter? Yeah. Yeah, there are. What if DFE goes live drinking diamond-infused champagne and announcing that he got a divorce? Well, now that I'm free from the shackles of a falsified marriage, I'm gonna propose. You have to understand that most of these people are not ready to be unplugged, and many of them are so injured, so hopelessly dependent on the system, they will fight to protect it. This is the perfect opportunity for them to crash the market and blame retail and DFE. Are they interesting enough to trade? I've traded a bunch of meme stocks. Don't forget that the defer packs in last year is what drove Upstart's squeeze. Do you think it'll pull a perfect play, execute as it calls, and that's a hostile takeover from RC? Time to make a decision, super stock. Can we stop calling GME a meme when it's got $2 billion in the bank and profits? Profits is questionable. No path to growth. That's my problem with it. But no, I won't. I'll double down on calling it a meme because you're being a cunt. Want my stack to have legitimacy? It's a fucking video game store in a strip mall. You forgot about the NFT marketplace. What NFT marketplace? But RC. You know what? RC is a fucking chud. I forgot people think 2 billion is a lot of money for an entire company. People think 2 billion's a lot of money. It's the law of large numbers. They just don't understand anything past what they've seen in their bank account. And it's unfortunately really common. I DM'd you on the 29th. I had a question about spreads. I don't know. Just DM me again. I might have missed it. I get a lot of them, so sometimes I don't see it. So you can just like nag me. I mean, don't nag me too much, but you know, within reason. That's always the most frustrating part for me with the GME cult is the claim of being profitable. DFE did more for their bags than RC will ever do. Yeah, I know. But they need to so this is the problem, right? They need to equate the movement of the stock with something that supports it, right? They can't just accept that this is like a living and breathing short volatility position that goes up and down. No. There has to be a basis, right? Because otherwise everything they believe is a lie. And so they've tied that to the idea that GME has some sort of intrinsic value, and that it's like this phenomenal company, despite it just sucking in every way. I mean, you saw BBBY bag holders do the same shit, right? Like, oh, this company is so great. They sell sheets to nobody. Yeah, they lost money in it, so it's a revolution, not an investment. The baseline for all conspiracies is that a big event must have big causes. Yeah. Why is SPX stuck? Because 5350 is a huge resistance. Shorting retail was the real MOASS. Yeah, actually. It's not about what GME is right now, but what its potential could be. That could be said about any company. There's millions of companies out there. Millions of companies that have actually disclosed their potential and have plans for growth and are working towards that. When will you buy back into GME calls? I don't know, maybe tomorrow. Can you go over GME's OI? I was hoping for a pullback to 35 to close my covered calls, but if I do it now, I'll probably have bought back at the top. Also feeling FOMO for the DFE stream tomorrow. That will probably be a nothing burger. Any input would be a massive help. So if we lose 40 substantially, which we really didn't do on the test of 39, if we lose 40, then sure, it could drop back down again. But we seem to be holding 40 pretty well here. This is a bump and run, right? At least retesting the high at 45. May even test higher. Could test 50. When you're short calls, if you sold covered calls at 35, which I don't know why you picked this time to do that, but we won't get into that. You can buy a call out of the money to hedge your covered call. So you're not really losing money anyway, but you are missing out on potential upside. Were you open to talking about the mechanics that you and the quants did not look into in the interest of other mechanics? Always, yeah. I think you'll find that that's a shorter list, though. You can't keep yelling about potential when they've done nothing with the potential in 3 years. Well, they're just going to lean on the argument that they're a recovering company and they're trying to actively trying to stop the bleeding, and then they'll announce growth, right? Always, the promise is always around the corner, right? But that's not how a public company should be run. A public company should be run in the interests of its shareholders, and information about the company should be disclosed to its shareholders, which is a problem I've had with RC all along. But when he decided to turn GME into his personal investment fund, fuck no. That was it for me. I dealt with the COVID denialism shit on his Twitter. and the fucking his stupid fucking um god damn it, libertarian bullshit memes. I dealt with the share offering that killed our short squeeze. But when Cohen says, I'm going to invest your money, fuck no. Just absolutely fuck no. Because that means he's done everything he's tried to do with GME for nothing, right? He has no intention of pursuing that. He's just going to keep trimming the company back, right, until there's nothing left of it, and then he's gonna try to turn it into his own fucking Berkshire Hathaway. But this is the same guy that bought J&W, sent a message to sent a letter to the board, bought Baba and sent a letter to the board, and bought BBBY, all effectively at their local highs, right? All right before the stocks tanked, and none of them with a sound thesis. Not to mention, he bought BBBY without researching their share buyback. And so he almost got fucked by the SEC because he didn't realize that he actually owned a larger percent of the company than he should have owned. Chewy wasn't even fucking profitable. He sold an e-com pet food company during a bull market. Woo. I mean, there's a lot of billionaires that are just fucking morons. And, you know, I held out for a long time thinking maybe he's not, right? Um but, but then he just keeps doing stupid shit. Like they spent hundreds of millions of dollars investing in their garbage website and e-commerce, and then they fucking shut it all down. Then they spent all that fucking money on that awful NFT marketplace 2 years after it was fucking popular. I mean, it just looks like he's floundering and he has no idea how to generate growth in the industry he's in. Not that there aren't ways to generate growth in that industry. There are, but he's not pursuing them. He's like, look at these custom controllers and I'm selling DVDs, guys. He's an uneducated rich kid. What could go wrong? One word for you, Kirk. Kansas City Shuffle. That's 3 words. Blow it out your ass. The only reason GME is still solvent is because of Funko Pops. Changed my mind. I honestly think he just made the NFT. Yeah, I know they didn't spend that much on it, but they still spent money on it, which was stupid. But I honestly think he just did that to placate the investor base. Like, look, we're doing something, right? And then he could, get about his business without fucking listening to constant complaining. The sad part is he hasn't even really taken any cool risks. I love your idea of a web cafe type deal. Nothing really like that in the market right now. Yeah, there isn't. I think most of us agree with you on RC, but still see some hope through DFE. I mean, DFE doesn't own the company, though, right? There's nothing, like, again, like I said, you have to separate the two. If you can't, you know, that's not going to be to your benefit. One is trading the stock, making money off of, you know, unusual volatility in the asset, right? The other is a long-term thesis for why you would hold the company through the potential gains of this magnitude. And that case does not exist. When GME hit 80 a few weeks ago, everybody who ever owned it should have sold. They could have bought back at 20, but there was no reason to ever hold the stock at that price. Bags were heavy, boss. Even if it goes up more in the future, right? Say on this run, all hell breaks loose. Vega gets squeezed like fucking crazy. We run to the top of the chain and it hits 125, right? You still should have sold at 80 and then bought back at 20. There's never in the history of GME has it benefited shareholders to hold and to stay in. Unless you bought it before 2021, which none of you fucking did. Don't come crying to me when I'm enjoying cocktails in my infinity pool. You don't even have any fucking GME. But I will pay long-term gains tax. But you also made money. Of course you pay taxes when you fucking make money. That's what taxes are. He's trying to make us bearish so we get MOASS. Newsflash, taxes are less than the profit. Some people here have never paid taxes on GMA. I did. Taxes is the white man holding me down. It only takes one time for it to have been the right decision to have held. Only in hindsight will you be able to see that. Wrong. Wrong. It's never the right decision to hold a company when its market cap exceeds its value by like 500x. $53.20 end of day. Let's go. Yeah, just because we failed 50 here doesn't mean that we can't push up into close. Don't forget the NFPs in the morning. There's going to be neutral positioning, and bulls are going to want to slam this right into the top of their calls. You pay 0% under 100K long-term gains. People are afraid to claim profits on 3 shares. I know. Paper hands. It's the name of the game. Sell the tops, buy the bottoms. I will not. It's not about, no, because people don't understand kindness and they don't listen. And then they lose, right? They lose again and again and again. Superstock has lost out on billions in unrealized gains. For the opportunity for what? The stock to go up 400% from its bottom? Still rolled my shares, leaving one for a crazy run. Thank you, brother. You've helped me grow my portfolio 100%. It's small, but it's something. Nice, man. Happy to help. It's interesting in the market and the start. It's interest in the market and the start of their journey. No, it's insanity. It's mass delusion and insanity. It doesn't matter if there's a short squeeze. Buy in when it squeezes over the cost you sold at. You sell your GME at 80, right? On the way down. As you all love to do. It hits 80 again, buy it back. What have you missed out on? It's ridiculous. It's the fanatical attachment drummed up by a bunch of people who don't know what the fuck they're talking about. But everyone listens to them, right? Because credibility on Reddit is upvotes. It's not right. It's not accurate. It's not written with their best interests in mind. It's just bullshit that morons upvote and other morons write. 99% of the shit on Superstock, complete fucking garbage. Read my Ko-Fi. Listen here, poors. You're poor because you don't want to see the truth. This is about making money, not your buy and hodl garbage. Stop being so fucking stupid and make some money so you can enjoy shopping at places like GameStop. Whoa, come on, BMG. Who's ever enjoyed shopping at GameStop? How dare you call upstanding citizens like Rick of Spades morons? Because it's disingenuous, and half of the information that Superstock chases all over the place is just propagated by people that want to be fucking influencers, even though they don't know fuck all about anything, and can't tell their ass from their elbow. I mean, you've got a fucking Peruvian bull on there, writing up his fucking crypto conspiracies so people will buy his fucking book. He doesn't know it. He's got like a fucking undergrad degree in economics. You'd add a bit who was like, what, a fucking student accountant? All of his DD's completely wrong. Every last bit of it. It's fundamentally flawed right from his initial thesis. Superstock has nothing to do with GME climbing off the screen. Large institutions, short volatility with exposed Vega. Not Greg with his 4 fucking DRS shares. I'm sorry, there's 16 now. But they deceive people. They deceive people and they lose people fucking money. They're the bad guys. The people who block access to information that doesn't fit the narrative of the echo chamber, those are the bad guys. Of course Roland's back on SS. I'm sure he can't wait to pick up some more followers for his $150 Discord where he draws triangles on charts. Half of the picks are just mine. This is why I love you, Gherk. Passionate about correct information in an age of misinformation. Roland charges $150? Yeah, and he got that other dipshit to pile in with him so he could show everybody skew-adjusted gex. And be like, this is called VOX, guys. Dipshits. Boom Hunter Pro is undefeated. It's MACD with a faster moving average. No sell, no sell. Keep yelling. It's fun. DFE did a great thing. He said, look, here's my play. And it started running and people paid attention and realized that they could make money off the markets, right? If you had a good thesis that was well researched and you took your risk and put it on the line, you could turn it into something more than what you had. That was awesome. Everything that's come after has been just blasphemy. The buy and hodl. When the fuck did any DFE tell anybody hodl? Where's DFV's write up on MOASS, right? I mean, it's just. So is it likely that DFV started exercising yesterday and this is T+1? I don't think the OI changed. I checked it last night. No, OI didn't change. It's not hate. It's just facts that you don't want to hear. If it were hate, that would lend some validity to what you've all created there over there. What's going on with GME? This is normal, right? Yeah. It's over 40. This is actually bullish. Thanks, Yaga. What did you say, Regardsky? Daddy mode engaged. I don't need this shit anymore. I don't want to be stressed out by it. Fuck him. He doesn't need to tell everyone he has 0 shares DRS. He's got all his fucking shares in E-Trade. Here's some peak fucking irony for you. The top post, one of the top posts when DFV posted his position on Superstonk was this guy like, this confirms that DFV supports DRS. It's literally an E-Trade account with his fucking shares in it. Just a regular old fucking broker. Clueless calls. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord if you need help getting added.
Happy birthday, Gherkin. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rope. Give us more than
Have you tried putting your fingers in your ears and saying la 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 la? Yes. It doesn't work because it just keeps coming back. Because despite all the terrible, awful shit that they say about me, they still come to me for information on GME. All the death threats and the haranguing and the years of bullshit. Still here. Still here. Still fucking hanging out, watching, you know. Oof, the narcissism, says the guy watching me. Yeah. Death threats? Like they sign them at you? Exactly. It's very threatening. No, I'm not fucking Albanian. Don't listen to him, Kirk. He's probably posting this as he's pooping like the rest of us. I'd expect nothing less. Everything said over SS has been shown by the guy that started everything to be complete bullshit, and that options make the thing do the thing they want. Yeah, they could have been doing this all along. What will be the top in your opinion? It's hard to say. As short vol, so short vol has to sell further out of the money, right? They have to sell with more Vega risk in order to contain the price. And if the price continues to move up into those sold positions, they are going to be more and more exposed to the volatility and the increase in delta in the market maker's edge. So theoretically, it can keep going until they stop trying to short the volatility. But they'll never stop doing that because it's very profitable. And they always win. Imagine watching the stream for 3 years and not knowing that Gorka's our narcissistic ass representative of the Pigeon Whale Society. Thanks, BMG. I think. Are any of you guys also in the DFV chat? Thank you for your passion and effort. Thanks, man. DFV streams to announce he's having a birthday party Saturday, and everyone's invited. Would you go? Yes. Abso-fucking-lutely. I've always wanted to party in Brockton. Lurking since the beginning, subbed to Dillionaire a couple weeks ago, just made my first 1K. Nice, man. Appreciate all you do. No problem. Absolutely, with all the respect in the world. End of day profit taking on weeklies. Probably some of that. Also, the pulling back their hedge into close. So I would say it's probably a little bit of both. Like the MM's hedge is super blown out, right? We ran up a ton today. But holding 40 is still bullish. I hope here for an SEX straddle 610 expiry 53.55 with non-farms tomorrow. Sure, I mean, might be a little overpriced due to the risk premium. I assume that you'd be opening it for tomorrow's price action, right? We could get a big move tomorrow. Non-farms are a big deal. My worry would be that if non-farm is, down again, bulls don't have a ton of room to run it, but we're at 53.50 and they could theoretically get it up to around 53.90-ish before the options kind of die off. So there's still like $40 of upside potential. I'm gonna straddle tomorrow, absolutely. Enthusiasts look in the mirror, realize what they've learned in the last 3 years from you for free. Size, thanks for all the guidance, bud. Don't let them get you down. I don't. Or, well, I try not to. But, I'm also easily triggered. Interesting problems. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream.
Happy birthday, Gherkin. Yeah.
I made 850-ish on an FSLR play a few weeks ago. So I figure shoot some of that your way. Nice. That was fucking awesome. What kind of vape is it? I don't know. Vaporesso? Thanks, Boos. Also, welcome back. What expiry do you shoot for your overnight straddle? Intra-week, like 2, 3, maybe 4 DTE if I have to dodge some like short-term risk premium. Over the weekends, though, I can pick up expirations out into like the next, as far as like the next monthly expiry. Interestingly, I've made way more money off of the straddles set at the weekend as the dead legs fall back into the money than I have just doing 3 DTs overnight. But the yield on the 3 DTs overnight is still pretty good. And it's a large position too, so it's 3 to 5% roughly a day. Average over the last year and a half on 380K roughly, without taking too much risk. Part of the reason that's so advantageous is because vol is so short and straddles are underpriced. The long straddle is underpriced because the short strangle is sold. Easily triggered. Dude, you're the lodestone of calm compared to some others I've watched. Okay, well, there's very specific things that piss me off. And they piss me off a lot. Forget about Gherkin. Thank you to that guy that was gonna short FSLR. Poor poopy pants. Would you shoot for the June 10 tomorrow? I'll probably just buy the Friday tonight, right? Like the tomorrow expiry tonight. I don't think I need 3 DTE. We've got NFP, right? So I'll take a little more risk, but lower than like necessary move to profit. You missed a Ko-Fi. Thanks, JC. No, it didn't. No, you're not shadow bound. Considering scooping more Apple calls at this drop, if it seems like tomorrow could very well be an update for SPX. Any thoughts on the June calls, or is it looking like time to cut? I pulled back a little, but I like mostly just on the short put side. I haven't pulled back the calls yet. Although I did get my entry a little bit lower. I don't like the rejection off of like the 196 level. Apple's options chain is still supportive, but it may get a pullback closer to where the original risk was. So, you know, usually when I put that like orange line on the chart, that's like my conservative price target, and then the green line's like my ideal price target. So usually on a test of the orange line, I'm going to start trimming profits. Unless it like smashes through that resistance, in which case I'll add, right? And you'll find that like most of them like only ever hit the orange line, right? Like that's the conservative move. That's what's priced in. On the rare occasion, you'll get things that break out and they break way higher, like AVGO this week. But generally speaking, you know, you want to look to where I put that orange line, and then always be aware of where I put the red line, because that's either risk or entry, right? Depending on which way momentum is headed. Let's say we run to 100. If I had GME stocks still, and we ran to 100, I would try to sell as many $30 calls as I feasibly could. I'd give them time, like 90 DTE. But I would absolutely play the mean reversion and volatility, because whether it's here right now or not, it's coming. Always. Just like gravity. When did I eat corn? Thank you for signing up for Dillionaire. Appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, man. Appreciate it. Would you hold calls overnight for Jamie? It depends on how far in the money they were and if they expire tomorrow or not. If they expire tomorrow, I probably wouldn't hold all of them overnight. I would at least trim back a little bit. If they were in the money and expired tomorrow. If you have some theta and they're in the money, there's obviously just less risk. 40C for tomorrow. I mean, you're barking up the wrong tree. I already cut all mine. Turns out 500% was enough for me. In your GME scenario, wouldn't it be better to just sell your GME shares at 100? No, because you can double leverage the downside. So you can sell the $30 call, you get $70 premium per contract, that's $7,000, right? And then you can take that $7,000 and you can buy the deep in the money put, right? And you can double leverage the downside move in delta and volatility. In the money puts aren't, so the in the money puts don't have as much Vega. Well, they have the other side of it, right? So they're less exposed to volatility. So the decline in volatility doesn't affect them as much, especially if you buy a lot of theta on them. So you buy like, you know, like say it hit 100 and options chain opened up to 200. You could buy like the 150 put with, 180 DTE, right? And you're not gonna experience the volatility crush like you would buying the out of the money put, which is massively overpriced. Was selling $100 cover calls expiring tomorrow a dumb money move? I mean, it's so far out of the money, it's unlikely that you're gonna get punished for it. But it is kind of like, I mean, if you get assigned at $100, do you give a shit? Right? Most people's cost basis is in the 30s, so like 30 to 40. Say that again, but in PowerPoint form with actual strikes and dates. I mean, I don't know what we're gonna run to, right? It's better to buy in the money with lots of theta because you won't get crushed. So if you buy the out of the money put with not a lot of theta, this is what happens on a lot of GME runs and why people get blown up buying puts, right? Is they buy the out of the money put with not a lot of theta. Volatility crushes because of all the call selling, right? And then the vol on the put crushes. And so by the time the put gets in the money, it's lost so much premium that it needs to go deep in the money in order for it to hit its break even, right? But if you buy the in the money put, you're only really exposed to the delta, and the delta will go up because the intrinsic value increases. So you're buying the intrinsic value put versus the extrinsic value put. That's also how you protect your GME shares, by buying protective puts, right? Because you retain the right to sell the share at whatever price that you bought the put at, should you choose to exercise it. Apple getting boofed. It's having a little rough go of the drop below 195. I'm out of my short puts, but I still have my calls. I'll probably stay in them unless it loses 194. If it loses 194, I'll cut the rest. No. It's for when Ivy is high. Ivy is high and there's an expected drop. If Ivy is low, you could buy the out of the money put because you won't get crushed. And I keep getting skipped. Good thing I have Dillionaire and used a super chat. Did I miss yours? Are you asked if the cycles are back? Maybe. We'll have to see what volatility ends up at, right? Remember that they did just do a share offering. So, but we'll see where I like after this is all over, right? And the hype is gone. We'll see where vol falls to relative to historic volatility. If volatility stays elevated, then the cycles very well could be back. In which case, I would probably pick up my shares again because selling vol on GME was very profitable. So if the option chain stays liquid and the IV stays elevated, I'm absolutely going to get back into it. You need to wait for $9. I can sell calls naked. Thank you very much. Closing above 40 is a big deal. I don't know if it's going to drive an after hours run. It could. But it's definitely going to stabilize price overnight. T+1 C35, May 13, 14 puts us right before June 21st. Is there any way for the MM to extend beyond that timeline for FTDs? Yeah, they can resolve the FTDs via the ETFs and push them out for another T+35 cycle. Depending on the number of FTDs and the liquidity available in the ETFs, but it's not something they've had a problem doing before. How can you tell when the up move is over and it's time to sell cover calls on GME? Well, the price will start to go down really fast. But I think more importantly, you're looking towards volatility, and like when volatility starts to crush and the short call interest starts to increase rapidly, that's generally a pretty good sign. You can also look to like the key support levels on the chain, like the major strikes, 40, 50. Losing those, as price falls, losing those levels is bad, right? Even if the drop is just short term, it's harder to recover after those levels are lost. So generally speaking, you're looking for stagnant price action across a fairly broad range, not too dissimilar to what we saw in the May run or any of the other GME runs, right, where we got there. Hold on. So we hit here, and this is where IV peaked. Second test is lower, right? A lot of the price action is trading between like 46 and 60, right? Most of the volume. And there's not really any price improvement from this point forward, right? Price goes down. So that's what you're looking for. You're looking for like a lot of volume, but relatively stagnant price action. And GME has a lot of IV, so it's kind of harder to determine that. But if you have a big run up like this, you're very likely to have another run higher, right? And now we're operating on T+1 too, so it's even tighter than it used to be. It used to be harder to play than it is now. But like if you were looking at the current run, right? At least Jesus Christ. Hold on. If you're looking at the current run, at least from a technical perspective, right? We haven't peaked yet. We don't know where the peak is, but we will find it eventually somewhere. And when we find that peak, we will probably have a period of bullish consolidation that will break out weaker. And then that will fail. And during this entire period, IV will decline. Everyone's always in a rush to just nail the top, but really, you can be very profitable anywhere in that range. Ding ding. The day is done. And unfortunately, SPX was unable to climb higher than 5350. Although they put a lot of effort into holding this level. I would imagine they need it very much tomorrow. They might try to pump overnight and move into the higher out of the money call positioning. They might not. But I would expect some kind of move out of them. At least in order to open higher after the data. NFP is tomorrow morning. That's going to be very important. And it's the final piece of the labor data that's been, weaker but still quite strong. And if NFP is hot, that could kind of revert a lot of the loosening financial conditions that have been loosening due to labor appearing to be softer. Parth, welcome to Cornishon. Thank you so much, man. Reckon RC is licking his lips at another share offering. I mean, despite how much this might disappoint people, he should. He should be. The company is at these prices overvalued. So yeah, I mean, he should be taking advantage of that. People don't want him to. I understand. I never wanted him to release shares back in June, but he did it anyway. We are getting some covering, so we do actually have some covering pushing the run. We're getting a little bit more liquid, but also remember that as we get more liquid, the chances of failure become greater. Arbitrage still kind of pulling off of the mean here. So there is a little bit of arb still going on. Like I said earlier today, sometimes when they push the arb trade, they overshoot it, and it looks like they've done that here, but it's not excessive yet. It could be tonight. Obviously, when the European markets open, that could drive more. These aren't really great metrics on the 1 hour, but on the 4, they're a little more useful. We did get a big pickup in volatility. And we are getting slightly more tight on liquidity. So yeah, I would say this has a chance of continuation tomorrow. Maybe in the pre-market session we might see some more price improvement, but unless they're able to beat it back down under 35 tonight, which is going to be hard because we closed with a 40 strike and 45 strike in the money. Yeah, that's about it for GME. I'll do a write-up once I have the options data later. SPX stayed relatively flat throughout the day, despite our big intraday drop. We did kind of find support around the like 53.40, 53.30 level. There is a little bit of support at 30.25, which I noted last night. Seems that we found that. Tomorrow's NFP data could be very bad, and that may see us fall into the end of the week. Remember that we're still sitting on a mountain of short calls, and that is kind of offsetting the fact that the gamma environment is positive, because it still makes the market a net seller, the market maker a net seller on the downside moves. ES, testing 5368, which was pushing just above it yesterday and over in the overnight session, above its all-time high. Ultimately failed that level today. We do have a drop and what looks to be like the start of a continuation lower. We found support at the 5350 level and bounced back, but we could easily retest that level and fail on the next move down. Broad commodities gapped up again today, partially due to oil picking back up. Oil dropped quite low, and now it seems to be rising again. There have been some more reports around, Israel and Hamas not really coming to terms on a ceasefire, and that can escalate some of the risk premium, and additionally, diesel storage didn't really support the the drop in diesel consumption over the prior quarter and the EIA prints yesterday. And so energy is moving a little bit. We also have the EU rate cut today, which demonstrates some central bank divergence, and that's adding to some of the currency risks in those dollar denominated metal commodities. And we're seeing that in gold, silver, steel, copper. So pretty broad move in commodities. That's something that we should be paying attention to now that central banks are starting to cut. I think Swiss, Canada, EU have all cut already. We're going to start to see more of that. And the more of that we see, that can drive more and more interest in commodities. So keep an eye on those. If you haven't looked into getting some commodities exposure in your portfolio, maybe do some research. They are still relatively cheap to their historic average. Yields kind of flat on the day. Not too much price improvement, but they stopped bleeding, which is nice. And dollar had recovered earlier, but settled back down to around the 104 level. Really, dollar should be up against the euro right now. This is a little bit of this is probably just digestion of the rate cut, or we're not going to see a bigger move in dollar for some time. It's not generally like these rate cuts shouldn't have just an immediate effect. It should be an effect that we see over time. And I think that the EU cut will have that effect in driving the dollar up and tightening financial conditions. But for now, we're still waiting on the BOJ decision. We've got the FOMC decision next week. So markets are probably a little bit more moderate in their reaction until all of the data is in, right? Correlation actually continued to break down today on both the 1 and 3 month, despite closing a little lower than expected. I think that's a bit odd, actually, but they are still pushing that dispersion trade, despite prices dropping, and trying to stabilize that short vol position in this upper like 53.50 range. Yen carry trade also with the dropping dollar, deleveraging a little bit. However, that deleveraging isn't really having much of an effect on the forward convexity yield of volatility. And we are kind of maybe starting to see a top on that on inversion. If non-farm payrolls are hotter tomorrow, we could definitely expect the 2 and 10 year to invert more, or the 3 month and 10 year to invert more, and that will push up volatility demand for long vol. Bond volatility has been pretty consistently rising. Generally, that is congruent with a breakdown in correlation, but right now we're not seeing that. We're kind of seeing them diverge, which is odd to say the least. Like usually bond vol goes up, correlation breaks down. Bond vol goes down, people lean into dispersion. Right now, bond vol is going up, people are leaning into dispersion, which is, kind of counterintuitive, and may be showing some desperation in the short vol positioning. Skew move back the other way a little bit today, so it's a little bit of a dump in the tail risk hedge, probably largely with yesterday's bigger move up. This may not be that fewer out of the money puts are being bought. It may just be that the out of the money puts have moved further out of the money. 40.55% of the S&P above its 20-day moving average. VIX correlation dropping or increasing again today. I do that every day. So more positive correlation between cash VIX and VIX futures. Remember that this is also an effect, the increased correlation between the two is also an effect of us approaching the VIX expiration coming up for the VIX futures contract in front. And that'll be the Wednesday before OPEX. Fed fund futures pretty flat, actually, pricing in 0.375, actually a little bit down from yesterday. So not that they're not overestimating rate cuts. I still think they are. We should just be pricing in 0 cuts. But we're pricing in like 1.5. It is a little lower with the EU rate cut, and if the Fed does not project to cut rates, and the SEP is not showing any indication that they're going to cut rates this year, this will have to reprice quite heavily. And in doing so, we are likely to see yields rise, maybe even to higher levels, and the dollar shoot back up again. So a lot is still going to depend on that SAP and the FOMC decision at the coming meeting next week. So Saudi is not renewing and going into BRICS might be true. It might be, it might not be. Right? We don't know. I mean, there's a lot of speculation, but I don't think they're going to do that. It's very dangerous from right now, and the Saudis are quite fond of their U.S. money printers. I don't think they're going to want to give that up. There's a ton of risk in doing that, and yes, the dollar might be risky, but it's still number one. Will you be streaming tomorrow since DFE is streaming? I mean, I'm probably going to watch his stream. With open CCs, what? What's open CCs? If DFE stream is a live stream of him selling his CCs, are you going to buy one? No, absolutely not. All right, thank you guys so much. I hope everybody has a wonderful night. I'll have all the write-ups out later when I get some data. And I will see you all tomorrow. Later, guys.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
My mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy